Hi everyone, this is Debbie at Color Everywhere, and I thought I would come on for a little bit today. And I'm trying to finish up some steampunk journals, and I'm in the process of starting the cover on my gentleman. I have a lady and a gentleman steampunk journal, and they're both almost finished. Um, so I just wanted to work on this today. So let's see, what I'm doing is I've already made a piece to go on the front of the cover. It's made from a aluminum can, and I put it through my little cuddle bug using a deep emboss uh, gear gear folder is what I'm trying to say. And the rest of these things are all added on here with brads. So you can see on the back. And yes, this was a Coors can. We don't really have soda at our house much, so I had to import a can. So this is the one I ended up with. So, and then it's been painted with metal paints and grunged up a little bit. And there's just different little pieces hanging on it. And I want to place this on the front of the journal. So I've already finished that. Now what I need to do is actually make the cover. On my other steampunk journal that I'm working on, I made it from a presentation folder. And I show how to do this in another video, a previous video. And if you look on my channel, you'll see it says presentation folder cover or something to that effect. But that's basically this is basically what I do. I cut off the top part of it where all the prongs are, and then normally I use it like this, fold these in, fold this in, and it becomes a journal with these edges being where the bindings are, and this just being the part that closes it, and it just opens like this. But this is not big enough for my gentleman's journal. I did my ladies, but my gentleman's, he's a little thicker. I can only get I think 1 3/4 inches because of the size of this right here. That's 1 3/4 inches. So I can't have it any bigger than that, or it won't close. So what I'm going to do is I want to still use this folder, but I'm going to take it apart, add a bigger edge over here, and that way it will fit my book. Now the other thing I have to do, this was pre-cut for a different size, so I'm going to cut it off. I'm going to cut this flat part off, and I haven't decided yet whether I'm going to add it back on with a wider. I might do that. I might add it back on with a wider spine, but we'll see. So just for an example, I'm going to show you the ladies' journal. It is almost done. Almost done. I just need to cover the inside and then put in the signatures. So this is how it actually works. This one will be bound here, so it opens this way. And then this side will be bound here so that it opens this way. And then you can go through it this way. So what I have left on this one to do, the signatures I think are, if not all the way finished, pretty close. I need to go through them one more time, but I need to cover the inside of this journal. And I think I'm going to use the Sears and Roebuck pages for that. So, and then I have one more thing I need to do. I'm going to add a pin holder right here, and I'm trying to decide whether to keep these points in, because these are just fake pin points. They're just charms. And but I think I'm going to take them out and put real pin points in there, and then I'm going to put the pin holder right here. So this has a little bit of work left to do on it. So let me put this back in. But this is the original, and this has been covered with canvas and then painted. I'll be covering this one with canvas also and painting it a little bit differently, but it will also be painted. Okay, so first thing I need to do is increase the size. Hi, Jersey. I haven't seen you in a while. Nice of you to come by. I just wanted to work on this a little bit this morning because I'm trying to. I'd like to have it finished this week, so that's the goal. This is these presentation folders are nice weight. They're not as heavy as chipboard, but they're thicker than a manila folder, and they make a nice cover. Most of the time on my covers, I use mat board because I have a lot of leftover mat board, and I'm trying to use it all up. But I had a box of these presentation folders, which it's old, but they were brand new in the box. So I used them a couple years for filing. And then I changed that system. So now I have a nice little stack of these to use for crafting. And they do make nice journal covers. I think some people would call it like a tag board thickness, maybe. And you can still get classification folders. They're a little pricey, so I'm happy that I have the ones that I do. I think, yeah, I think I'm gonna cut off these wings because they're not gonna be thick enough for my book. This journal is gonna be, it needs a 2-inch thick part. I can see I'm having trouble with my words today, so bear with me. Some days it's just like that. They come out eventually, but I struggle. Yeah, these are great. I love them. Some of them are different styles. They might have 2 dividers or, something like that. But for the most part, they're pretty much the same. They come in different colors. And normally I paint these. I don't cover them with anything. I actually paint them. And they always come out looking really cool. But this time I decided I wanted the canvas covers. I was going to cover it with a faux leather, and I just didn't like the way it was working, so I changed my mind and did the canvas, which I think I like better because then I could paint it however I want it. And what I don't like are these X-Acto blades. I just hate them. I like, well, I can never think of the name of it. There's another type of knife that I like to use. Let me see if I have one right here somewhere. But you can't find them. I got to go on a search for them because they're my favorite. And I don't even see one here because I don't have any good ones right now. But they're the same ones that model makers use. They're made by that company, and I can never think of the name of the company. That they make model paints and stuff like that. But they're harder to find all the time. I used to could get them at Hobby Lobby. And I probably have 100 of them in a drawer over here, but they're not sharp anymore. They are the best. So I get kind of irritated every time I use an X-Acto knife because it's not that. So now the next decision is, do I want to make another? Do I want to make these with a flap? But I don't think I will because I want them to be different. So I'll just not make a flap. Let's see how wide this is. It's wide enough, but it has that curve, so that won't work for my spine. I have to find a different something. Let's see. Thought I had everything together here, but sometimes you don't. I think I've put all that away, so I have to search over here for a second to find what I need. Well, this isn't mat board, but I think it will work. Oh my goodness, I just dumped over my trash. How exciting. Well, Jersey, I don't know yet. I won't really know until the end of the month because I can't, because of the new way she's doing things. Don't really have a total until the end of the month that can be compared. But yeah, things went fine. You know, I don't have any complaints or anything. Just doing things a little bit different. So, but yeah, the sale was fun. I thought it went well overall, really well. And I enjoyed the new formats and the new things that she's doing. So yeah, that was pretty fun. I saw that you were traveling around. Did you have a good time? I had to pick up my trash can, or I won't have any place to throw anything. Oh. That's how life is, isn't it? You're ready to do something, then you got to stop and do something different. Okay. I have a tendency to use my top of my trash can to set stuff on that I need close to hand, but I don't want on my desk. And what I had on there was top heavy, and it just sort of dumped it over when I touched it. So we'll try that again. Now, okay. Now let's make this. I need a 2-inch spine, a pencil, and a ruler. So we're going to mark it. I think this will be plenty heavy enough to use. All my mat board is in a box over on the other side of the craft room. So I just grabbed this out of my cardboard box where I keep cardboard stuff. I have a mat cutter that sometimes I will take mat board and cut it to various sizes for covers, because there's a couple of different sizes I really like to use. So I just, do a bunch at once, and then they're ready for whenever I want to use them. I haven't done very many journals this year yet. I better measure my board. 9, that's what I thought. Okay, 9. I'm just lining this up on my mat. Okay. Now I use packing tape gummed packing tape on my journals. And I bought it in a great big roll. So this is a very dusty. Look at that. This is an old record box, 45 record box. And you put your records down in there. And I just covered it because it was looking pretty crunchy. And I keep my roll of tape in here because it's kind of awkward to do anything else with. So I keep it in here. And I'm cutting my tape so that it's a little bit longer than my cover. And I'll use this to attach the spine to the front and back. And I'm not really worried about how straight it is, how even it is on the edges, but I do want to make sure I have my cover and my spine straight. And I usually leave, how much do I leave? I want to say 1/4, but I think it might be less. Yeah, just a little bit, usually a little bit less than 1/4 of an inch space. And I'm just lining these up on the line so they're going to be straight when they fold. Hi, Tammy. Long time no see. And sometimes I just take a piece of washi tape and just to hold it straight because I'm so fumbly sometimes. It helps. I just want to leave this area clear so I can tape on it. So it really doesn't look straight to me. That way I don't have to worry about it moving while I'm piddling around. I've been doing it like this for like 2 years, and it works out really well for me. My journals are usually very easy to open and close, and they're not real stiff because I leave plenty of room. If you have trouble with your journals being too stiff, or it doesn't open and close real easily, it's usually because you don't leave enough room between the cover. I think you're actually supposed to leave the width of you're supposed to leave the space the same size as the thickness of your cover, and that will give you room to fold it. But I like it a little bit more than that. I'm leaving a little extra on this one too. So then all I have to do is spray you can see it's shiny. It has glue on it. So all I have to do is just spray that a little bit, not much, and then kind of spread it out so that it gets all the way to the edge, and it's already getting really sticky. And this is just regular packing paper, tape. Now see, this one is almost too small, so I think what I'm going to do is I'll do it in 2 parts. I'll do 2 pieces. And I make sure that it goes down in the crease. Or crease probably isn't the right word, but into the space. And I'll do this one. Now, most of the time, I mean, these are 3 inches wide, and most of the time I can just put 1 piece. But this is a 2-inch spine, so I want to make sure that everything has plenty of overlap. So I'm rubbing this down really well so that And you know, you don't want to leave it set for long because it is wet and it will dry pretty quick. Okay, so now I can lift this up. It's already sticking to my thing. Here we go. Now I can lift this up and flip it over. And I'm going to add just a tiny bit more water. Make sure it's sticky. And again, press down into those little valleys there. I feel very fumbly today for some reason. I don't know. Feels like I'm just sort of stumbling around. Just pulling that really tight. Get a nice finish on the edge. I'm going to go ahead. I think I'm going to go ahead and cut a little piece for right here. Just make sure that's all covered in the center. It's plenty strong enough the way it is now, but it won't hurt to cover that little piece in the middle. And I'm not going to cover it twice. I just want to make sure I get it over there, over the seam. Because the other pieces are really holding it together. This pieces, I'm just using it cosmetically, I guess you could say. Okay. So I crease, you know, I really press it down into the grooves on one side, and then I turn it over and do it on the other side. I also make sure they're really, I want these pieces that are in the groove, the front and the back, to stick together really well so that they don't bubble up. And then you have this nice little cover going on. Make sure everything's stuck down. That little piece isn't. I think not. Just to be sure. So like I said, I've done this before on another video where I made the style where the flaps come over. It's really the same, pretty much the same process, except this one's going to be covered with canvas. And at this point, I could paint instead of covering it. But this one's getting covered. Okay, there it is. So that's ready to go. See how easy that bends? It's very easy. Now, I think I want my corners rounded, and this board is too heavy to go through my corner rounder, so I'm just going to cut them anyway. I'm just going to use a template and cut them by hand. This really is a nice board. It's not real, it doesn't feel real heavy. Excuse me. It doesn't feel real heavy or whatever, but it's not solid, but it's still really stiff. It's almost as nice as chipboard, almost. I'm not chipboard, mat board. I think mat board might be just a little bit heavier. thicker. I'm going to be sad when I run out of mat board scraps. I had so much of it, but it'll eventually I won't be able to make the big covers anymore. So I'll just trim this off. Thanks, Jersey, for sharing the video, the stream for me. Now, while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to clean the glue off of my mat board here, or my board here. More than glue on there, apparently. There. I have to think about what color I'm going to paint on him. On the other one, it's a little bit more of a rusty red color. I think this one I want to be more in the browns or maybe even black. I'm not sure about that yet. I'm thinking. Let's see, is this going to be big enough? Just barely. See if I can find a wider spot. It's cutting it pretty close. Let's see what else I have here. Oh yeah, that's better. I usually do about an inch around to give me plenty of room to fold it up. Alrighty. I'm gonna get out the Fabri-Tac, I guess. This is pretty thick canvas, so it shouldn't seep through, and this will hold it really well. Especially if I'm going to paint it. If I'm going to get it wet, this will hold it much better than regular glue because water-based glue might, dissolve. So I usually start in the middle. And I put glue in the little groove because I want my canvas to stick. My thumbs are so sore I can hardly squeeze this bottle. I've been sewing a lot, hand sewing. So I'm just sort of doing the middle part because I don't want my glue to dry before I can get things situated. And then I'll go back and do the edges or the rest of it. I'm trying not to leave big globs anywhere. Kind of spread it out. Okay. And again, pushing down into those little grooves so that now sometimes I use my bone folder or a credit card or even a pencil, you know, whatever. Just make sure that's down in there pretty good. Okay, so now just pull this back. To where I finished, where I stopped, a little past where I stopped, and put some more glue. Can't believe how sore my thumbs are from sewing. And this stuff is really drying fast. And when I paint the canvas, it kind of has a funny reaction. It might just be this canvas that I've got, but it has a little bit of a funny reaction. Sometimes it kind of tightens the weave. So it makes, you know, it kind of, any little wrinkles or whatever that are in there, it kind of gets rid of. So I don't worry about them too much. To me, the most crucial point that needs to really be glued well is the spine area, so that when the cover is opened and closed, you don't have bubbling and pooches and what have you in that area. So that's why I start with it. I do that first and try to make sure it's, you know, I do it well. And then the rest of it is just to hold things in place and keep them from raising up. Glue, always glue. So it doesn't take this glue long to set up. Once I'm sure that everything is sticking where it's supposed to, I'm not going to be folding it a lot yet because it is still wet, and I want to make sure that it stays connected where it's supposed to be connected to the fabric. So I'll give it a little bit of time to dry before I start folding. You can get your fabric too tight to where it makes it skews it, or it makes it so tight that your cover bends. And I'm going to try to avoid that. Now I have rounded corners, so I'm going to round the part that folds over also. And then I'm going to use a clipping technique to help that to lie flat when I fold it over. This doesn't need to be extremely wide. I usually just cut it at least an inch wider to start with so that I make sure everything has room. And then I go back and trim it like I am now. Hi, Lori. How are you today? Glad you stopped by. I'll probably be here for a while today. I'm just going to keep going while I'm working on these journals. So this will probably be a long video when it's all over. Okay, so now I've trimmed that. Now let's see, this should be dry enough now. Now see how nice that looks? And here's the test. See, you can see if there's any little spot I missed, it'll look like a bubble. I'm not too concerned about it on this one because it will be painted and I want it to look, you know, kind of grunged up anyway, so it's not a big deal. So now what I do next is clip my corners. So what I'm doing is I'm clipping straight in, like my clips, I'm going straight in. I'm not going to cut it this way. I'm going to cut it straight. So I'm going to cut here and here and here until I get around to the straight side. So on this whole curve, I'm going to clip almost, not quite, but almost to the board. If I cut it all the way to the board, then it will show. So I got something in the way over here. It's bugging me. Get out of the way. So I'm just cutting, you know, like 1/8 of an inch away. And the way you determine how many cuts to make is if you get wrinkles when you fold it over, you don't have enough cuts. You don't have enough clips. So, and sometimes it gets a little messy on your hands, but that's okay. So I put the glue here on this corner where wherever I think this is going to flap over to. And I actually sometimes use my tweezers because it's just easier to hold on to the fabric. So I'm going to start in the middle. I'm going to fold one over, flat, straight, and I'm pulling it tight. It's going in the glue, and I'm folding this one over, and it's going to angle. What I'm trying to do is make every part flat against the edge of this board. I don't care how it looks up here. I just want it to be flat on the edge of the board and cover. This I can trim out a little bit if I want to later. And if you have to add more glue because of the way it's overlapping, then you just add more glue. That one needs some right there. And then you just keep going. And since this is fabric, you know, I want to push it into the glue so that some of the glue gets in those fibers. That's what holds it. Yes, this is canvas. This is a lightweight canvas that I'm using on this one. This other one was a heavier weight canvas that I used on it. And then this one's already been painted. And this one will be painted also. I have a whole lot of canvas that was given to me. It's not huge pieces, but it's like most of it is big enough to cover journals with. So, you know, I've been trying to use stuff I have, and that's one of the things I have, so I've been using it. Now, what I do is, if I can get my hands on one, I either use paper clips or binder clips or some kind of clip just to hold this in place while the glue sets. And then I go on, I leave it there like that, and then I go on to the next corner. I do all the corners first. I'm trying to think of why I do all the corners first. It seems to work better. No, I do all the corners first and then go back and do the sides, because that way the corners are glued and they've had a little bit of time to set, and the sides are easier to do because they're flat. So I'm going to go ahead and trim all these corners so I don't have to stop between times. Now, like I said, if I found that I wasn't able to bring the corner up to where there were no wrinkles, then I would cut my my clips closer together, but you can kind of tell. And you really can cut it pretty close to the board, but I don't like my board to peek through, so I probably cut them a little farther away than necessary. Sorry, I'm trying. It's hard to hold here where you can see it. All right. So now I'm going to go ahead and do these other 3 corners real quick, hopefully. It's like 1, 2, 3. Get up there. Sometimes you have to talk them into it. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to stay where you put them. And see how, can you tell how I'm, wait a minute, you know what? I can show you this a lot closer if I just think about what I'm doing. Okay, so all what I'm doing, did that work? Let's see. Okay, there we go. So like I said, I'm just pulling them up and sticking them down. And then if I need more glue for the ones on top, I just put more glue. This will all be covered except for a very little, like, you know, little area on the edge, you'll see. So that's why I'm trying to get this all up here nice and tight so that it'll look nice for later. Okay, get on there. I don't know what it is about this bottle of glue. It doesn't, I don't know if they've changed the formula or something, but I'm not happy with this particular bottle of glue. It just seems to be hard to work with. Usually I don't have any trouble with it, but here lately, just this one particular bottle has been a pain. Sticks to my tweezers easily enough. Okay. Hi, Michelle. Nice to see you. Excuse me. Better get a drink. Got some flowers yesterday. I got to plant some point today. It's been kind of rainy. I was going to do it early this morning, and I decided I didn't want to get out there and get wet. So yeah, sometimes later today. And I was going to put some stuff on the smoker today, But same reason, I don't really want to get wet out there checking it all day. So I don't know. I have to think about it, I guess. Can't do it tomorrow because I got to take the dog to be groomed. And she needs it bad. And it's kind of like something you need to be around. You know, you don't want to sit and watch it all day, but you need to be around. Okay, there's the corners. Now I can go back and do the rest. Let me zoom back out because this is too close. Now this is pretty stiff, so you know you really do have to, for this canvas, I really do have to have clips to hold it while it dries. And I have plenty, so it's not big. It's not a big worry. I'm sort of just pushing the fabric to make sure it's nice and tight along the edge. And then just clip it on. I think this needs another. Now there is a little bit of buildup here on this corner, but I think clipping it really helps because it kind of mashes the bulk into the glue a little bit, so it's not so bad. And I want to make sure when I do this side that this one too. I want to make sure when I do this side that I get into those grooves really good. They're on the spine. Yes, it is a classification folder that has had the top part. There's another part that was at the top cut off so that I could use it for a journal cover. I also have I have one that shows a different, this style of folder where it folds and binds on these edges. I show how to make one of those on my channel, and it'll say, the title says something about classification folder, so it's pretty easy to find. And that shows you all the steps to do it that way. This one I used a classification folder, but I cut it apart, and I'm not using the what do you call that? The accordion pleated in affair, whatever that's called. I can't think of it right now. Normally, when I do this type of cover, I use mat board. I think I said that earlier, but I already had this one cut and changed my mind about how I was going to use it because I needed a wider spine. The way I usually do it limits you to how wide your spine can be. It can only be 1.5 inches, and I needed 2 inches, at least 2 inches for this particular one. So I cut out the, what is that called? It's like a, I can't think of the word. Like a little accordion fold in there. It'll only accept up to 1.5 inches, so I just cut it out so I could use it like this. Okay. I'm just checking to make sure I don't need to trim those any. And I'm not really worried that I'm not spreading this glue out. I'm making sure there's some on the whole thing, but I'm not worried about smoothing it out because this canvas is heavy enough. It almost needs the globbiness, to so that it'll soak into the fabric more, and it does not show through when it's dry. And these can even, like I said earlier, these can even be painted. My normal process is to paint the cover, not to cover it with fabric or anything. I usually paint it inside and out and the spine. On mine, I have green folders. They come in different sizes or different colors, but mine are green. And it worked really well for my forest journals. I think I have videos on those too. That was when I last worked on one of these. So I'm making sure that the little grooves are glued down really well. Because if I have any problems, that's where it will be. It's where the little ditches are. Just putting some clips on here. Pressing and pressing and pressing. And it looks like there's no glue right there. So, and then when I come back, I will be covering the inside with paper of some sort. I haven't quite decided. I have a couple things over here, maybe. I have some globe paper. I have some Sears Roebuck catalog. Just something that'll go along with it. First, it'll have to be painted on the outside before I do the inside. That looks pretty good. You're going to catch the morning sun? That must be exciting. Oh, Michelle. Let me know what you catch. Okay, that's probably plenty. So now, there we go. Everything looks good. Ready to paint. Got glue all over my fingers. So I'm going to set this aside for a minute while it dries, and before I start painting. And I'm going to, ouch. Oh yeah, that's going to fit on there really nicely. Yep. And then I'm going, so while I'm waiting for that to dry, I'm going to see if I can't do the inside part cover for my ladies' journal and get some of this glue off of me. Oh, you're digging crystals. You do lapidary stuff? You cut them and what have you yourself, or you just do the crystals, not gemstones? Okay, girls, here we go. I had one thing right here that, right there. Wondering where my my setter tool is for those punches. Where would I put it? I have one eyelet that I couldn't do with my crocodile because it's too close to something. So let's see what I can find over here to fix that before I try to put the cover on. I have a setting tool somewhere. I never use it, so I don't know where it is. And here's one of those knives I was talking about a while ago. It's testers. They're made by testers. The best knife you can use, in my opinion. Oh, I'm never going to find that thing. I'm just going to have to do something else. Oh. But I don't know what I have. I don't have anything I can use. Sorry, head in the way. Man, I don't know how I'm going to do that. I'm going to try one more time with my punch thing. See, the problem is there's this is in the way. So I can't. Well, maybe. Woo! It worked. I don't know why I couldn't do it the last time, but it worked all right. Nothing's damaged. Okay, so now the other thing I have to do is create a holder for a pen. I had something in there and I didn't like it, and I'm not sure what I want to put in there. Kind of have to think of these things for a moment. Well, I'm going to use sari silk to tie it with, so maybe the sari silk would work in there also. So let me see. Let me see if I can figure this out. I had it so that bows tied, so that it tied, and I just didn't like it at all. So I'm thinking if I just make a loop. Oh, yeah, I used to buy a lot of, not crystals, mostly I bought cabochons, and I haven't been doing very much wire wrapping in the last few years. But boy, they still draw my eye. They're so pretty. Now, what do you think are the chances that I could poke this through that hole? I think they're pretty slim, but we'll see. You never know till you try. Let's see. This journal has been quite the experience. Some things that I had in my mind to start with have worked out. And some things that I wanted to do, I haven't done because for different reasons. But for the most part, it's kind of turned out the way I imagined, the way it looks. Come on. There we go. Okay, let me get the other one. Yeah, I think this will look better than those bows I had. I didn't want to make great big holes. So my original idea was to use the classification folders to put these little pockets and things on the front here. This was an afterthought. I'm still not sure I like it. And I wanted to have a watch on the front. Come on, little guy, get through there. And originally, I was going to do them both alike. Well, things happen. And you change your mind. This one, I made a mistake when I was cutting and didn't realize it until after everything was glued and painted. And what happened was, my original mistake was that I didn't make these two flaps the same size. And that threw everything else off. So what I ended up doing, I had to cut the center out, cut the pieces separate, and I made a new piece for the middle and put it on with glue and brads. It's canvas, and then painted it. And to tell you the truth, I like it much better than what I had in mind. Because of a mistake, it caused me to use a little bit of creativity, and I now like it a lot better than before. Now this is the type of, not this one because I'm keeping this one, but this is the type of pin holder I'm going to put in here. So I'm just going to use this one to gauge what I need to do. Okay, so yeah, I like that. I like the way that looks. I like that much better. So now, see, I had to do this before I put the inside cover on. So I don't want to leave a big knot in there. So I'm going to try to just make a real flat affair. Yeah, that's right, Lori, it is. And you have, because you have to use your brain and be a little bit more creative, something that you didn't think to do at the beginning, or maybe you wouldn't normally think of something like that. But because you're trying to fix it and you have limitations, it really makes you do more, I think. And I love um, problem solving. I really do. In everyday life, even. I always said that I didn't want to be the boss. I wanted to be the boss's right hand, because they're the ones who have to figure out things and figure out all the problems, you know. And I was always pretty good at that, but I was fortunate that for most time when I was working, I had a good boss, had good bosses who let me do that kind of stuff. But sometimes it's nice just for everything to go smoothly, and you know, you don't have to figure things out. Oh. But I don't know. I think a lot of times those things are the things that you like okay when you're done, but they weren't exciting, as exciting, I should say, as something that you really had to think about and you really had to figure out what to do. I don't know. I guess some people might not agree with that. But see, I'm afraid to just glue these. Well, maybe I could just glue them down without. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it. Now, the other problem I have with this book is now I have to cover the inside of this, where before I wouldn't have had to cover it, because it would have been the canvas showing through, and it would have been fine. But now I have to cover it because that would look unsightly inside the journal. And I think what I'm going to do is just use a piece of fabric, and I'm not going to glue it to there. I'm not sure. I'm still thinking. I'm not sure if that would work, but I'll come up with something. I could even glue a piece of this. No, it's not wide enough. Seriously, I could glue a piece of this sari silk there, and then just cover the other to the edges. We'll see what happens. I really am happy about how this the spine on this turned out. This back spine. It looks pretty cool in person. I don't know how it's coming across, but it looks real neat in person. Wow. Let's save those. Okay. See, this one looks really nice on here, but I'm not getting rid of that one. It's nice, and I don't want to get rid of it. I still have to put something in the watch. Comes open. This was fun to make. It was stitching all these things on, and I still need to do something with my little bottles. I'm gonna, actually I could do that right now, I guess. I'm gonna put some, I think, paint in them. I just want them to look like they have something in them. Where's my black paint? Here it is. So I just want it to look like it has ink in it, and I'm gonna glue the lids on, because every time I pull it out, the lid comes loose. don't know how this is going to work. Let's see. Okay. So if I just put some black paint in there, it will dry enough to look like something's in it. I don't want it up around the edge. Oh yeah, I think that's going to look cute. Let's see. Nope, I can't use that. That's white. That won't work. Whew, that's stinky. That is really stinky stuff. And I think it will hold this cork in there. Ah, so now it looks like a little bottle of ink. Hi, Teresa. Teresa popping in just to say hi. I feel like it's been an age since I've talked to anybody. I've been so busy with sewing stuff. So it's nice to see people. I'll make my little bottles of ink. That spine is amazing. I'm telling you, I just love it. And it's just, you know, the fabric, a piece of fabric that I folded the edges over. And I hand stitched all of this. So I did hand stitch this end and this end. And the other part is just folded and glued. And then I made holes. Let me turn this around. I made holes with my awl and glued that down and then put the brads through. They're not big brads. That's why I made sure everything was glued down really good and everything, because I didn't want the brads to be the only thing, you know, holding it together. Alrighty now. But I'm definitely going to use it again myself. I know that. Ooh, almost waited too long. It's trying to dry. All right. Been working on this for, I don't know, maybe 6 weeks or something like that on these 2 journals with Melody Made over on her channel. And I'm really trying to be finished this week. I don't know if I will be. It'll be awfully close, but maybe not finished. Okay. Yeah, those guys are done. They look really cute. Little bottles of ink. Whoa. And then I'm sure I'm going to replace these. These are just, like I said, these are, excuse me, just charms. But I think I'm going to put real ones in there because I'm going to have a real pinpoint. And yes, the ink is fake, but I just think I'm going to put the real ones in. I think that will look better. And then I have to figure out what I'm putting in my watch. If I'm putting a watch face or what. All right, I'm gonna get rid of this. Yeah, right down there. Get off of there. Should have been doing that on something. I don't know what I was thinking. Oh well. Okay, so now get this stuff out of the way, out of the way. Alrighty. So I have to also put my ties on before I cover the inside. Let's see how long these need to be. Yes, it is, Lori. And if you're selling them, you really don't get what they're worth as far as time goes, you know, most of the time. But you know what? I'd be making them anyway, so it's not that, that's not, I usually don't think of it that way. I try to think of, am I enjoying it? Do I like it? Is it fun? Is it something new? So on and so forth. I think this one's going to be pretty awesome when it's done. I like it. I like the, I did a few different things in here that I didn't do before, hadn't done before. And I like the way they came out. And then there was obviously some surprise things that have come out pretty well. So it's been a good experience. I like to learn new things. I like to use new techniques, you know, all of that. So yeah, it's been fun. And it was fun working with someone else who was, because I'm always by myself usually. I don't have any craft buddies that hang around. So that was fun too. Now let's see how this is going to work. Come here, girly. I was a little worried about things being too jingle jangly, but I think when they're all in place, the watch stays in there really securely, and this is the only other thing that's jingling around, so it's not bad. And then these just tie. There. So that's all done except for the, oh no, I still got to do the inside, don't I? And then so the signature's in, but that's how it's going to look. Has a nice feel to it, like, you know, because of the canvas. Okay, so let's get this finished. I could get this one done today easily. And all I'll have left to do is get my signatures in and make sure everything is good on the inside. All right, now where am I? Get this out of the way. So I have to figure out the center. I think I am going to use the Sears and Roebuck pages. Those are kids. Those are bloomers. See, normally a page would be more than enough to cover one page for each side of the book, but because I have these flaps going on, it takes more. So I would have to go about to there. And then my cover for the center could cover that. See, nothing gets stitched through here. The signatures are bound here and here. So just trying to come up with a good idea of what to do there. My mind is working. You know, when you're trying to think of something, peeling glue is a good thing to keep your hands occupied. So now I have to decide, do I want to use this or do I want to use a 12 by 12 piece? I'm going to look and see what I have in the 12 by 12s. That might be interesting. I think I might use this for the men's. Oh, I still have this. I was going to use this. I just don't want it to say Happy Valentine's Day. See, I love this, all of this. But I don't want the Happy Valentine's in there. So I won't use that for the inside. I might use part of it for something. Oh, this would be pretty. And it's thick enough. Hi, Melody. It's thick enough to where it would help cover those bumps. I think that's what I'll do. I think I will use that. It's so pretty. I'm working on it, Melody. Trying to get done before this week, before the end of the week. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. Ouch. Just getting there. I should be done with the ladies' cover and signature sewn in and everything by the end of today. Are you traveling, Melody, or you haven't left yet? You leave Sunday. Oh, okay. Check this and make sure. Make sure with these tabs, I got to make sure it's going to fit. I think it is. I think it'll work. Not for this Friday or next Friday? Think about what I'm doing here. Man. Yeah, I like this too. I wish it was just a little bit wider, but you know, because of the tabs, it kind of, I just have to work around it. It'll be fine. I think this will be real pretty. This is very pretty, very pretty. Tell me I didn't cut this wrong. No, this is fine. I don't know why this side's so much longer than the other one. I guess because the folder edge is longer. Okay. I'm not too concerned about that this is short because I'm going to do something on the inside to take care of that. I would rather it had gone all the way, but didn't, so I still want to use it. I have lost my pencil. I like the way that looks with the color of the cover. Okay, now. This is so pretty. I just love it. And it feels really cool too. It doesn't feel like a manila folder anymore. It has a slight texture to it that just feels really nice. All right. Woo. Sorry. I'm just trying to center this so that it will be even all the way around. Sorry. Do some more clipping. Thanks. If you watch me very much, you know I sneeze all the time. I'm always sneezing. Irritation. All right. Is everybody else as fiddly with stuff as I am? Seems like I piddle around and piddle around trying to get things just so. Now this right where my fingers are going right now is where my actual spine is. So I have to make sure that that is glued really good in there, because it's going to be bending. So I'm just sort of gently bending. And I probably will have to go back and glue some edges down. Because paper to fabric often doesn't stick as well as paper to paper. So I'm not too worried about those spots right now, as long as, you know, I just want to make sure. Now, see, I can't even, well, I can't. I can barely feel this paper. This is thick enough that I can barely feel the eyelets on that side. Okay, so I'm going to leave that like that. I'm getting all these strings. one's a little bit more wonky because it's, you know, it's not flat. Okay, oh, same process over here. I put it kind of thick around the edges, because even if I have to wipe it off, at least it's all in all the, you know, crevices and what have you. Now, if I were putting lighter weight paper on this, it would show possibly, you know, the thicker places that are on the back of here. So this is a good choice for this application. This heavier weight paper. Okay. And also, I think this pattern will help hide any bulges on the inside cover here, because it's just so beautiful. Actually, I did not coffee dye that, Gypsy. And now I can't tell you who did. Melody, did we get it from the same person? I think we did. Who did I get this from? It's just absolutely beautiful. I got a whole paper pack from her that had different sizes and different things that she had dyed. It is just amazing to me. It's so detailed, and I don't know her process, but I sure do like the results. You know, I'm so bad about things. Most things I forget who I bought them from, because once I purchased it, it's out of my mind, and then it comes and I don't remember, you know, I don't save the packaging, and I'm very neglectful in that end of things. I'm trying to change my ways, but you know, when you're old, sometimes that's hard to do. I'm always so impressed by people on doing tutorials and stuff, and they bring their things out and they're still in the original packages. I hate packaging, so I get rid of it right away. But so they always know who they got their stuff from, and sometimes I'll remember, but and I don't know why, some I remember and some I don't. But yes, it is. I should have said, Gypsy, it's a manila file folder, and it is very nice. The seller was on Keisha's Marketplace. Oh man, I can hardly do that. And I put black duct tape, well, because I had black, And I put duct tape over the backs of the, there's wires holding some of this stuff on. And I just made the wire real flat on the back after I twisted them, you know. And then I covered them with, I covered it with black duct tape just to flatten it out a little bit more, and so nothing would poke through on the inside. All right, here we go. I know what you mean, Gypsy. I am the same way. And the stuff that I sell, I never know what she's going to show because I send it to her in advance, you know, and she'll say, well, what did you have in that last box? I'm like, I have no clue. I have no clue at all because I don't keep track of it. And once it's in that box and out of my house, it's gone. It's on to its next life. But just one less thing I worry about, I guess. These little ones are too little. Yeah, I'm going to be happy to see these finished. Not because I am sick of looking at them or anything, just I'll be happy to see how they look all finished. I really enjoyed working on them. I haven't made steampunk before, so it was pretty fun. Okay, now. Okay, now one more thing to do, and that's figure out what's happening in the middle. So, not sure. Put another piece of canvas there, but I don't want to do that. That's right, Gypsy. That's why my desk is so piled with stuff right now. If I put it away, I won't use it, or it's where I can't find it. I think I'm going to set this aside, let this dry, and come back to it when I can decide what to put in the center. Something will come to me in the meantime, maybe. It's looking okay. This one's probably dry. Looking pretty good. Okay, we'll set this over for a minute and go back to the gentleman. I'm so excited. They're almost done. Okay, where is he? Here he is. That's all clogged up. So the next thing is on this one is I need to paint it. So I'll put this glue away. See what kind of paint we're going to do. Where's my lid? Here's my lid. That's over here out of the way. Sorry, I gotta clean out my water cup here. I'm so hard on my brushes. I always have been. I try to do better, but I'm still really hard on them. Okay. Now, what color am I gonna do? I know what you mean, Gypsy. I'm like that all the time. And then I got waylaid because I was doing sewing stuff. So I got farther behind. And now I'm back to working on stuff, which is great. Get some more of this out of the way. I don't want to get paint on everything. I haven't come up with a closure yet for my gentleman. I had originally thought about maybe doing a buckle or something, but haven't thought about it. So that's something else I need to think of. Or whether I'm just going to leave it open. Alrighty then. I think I'm going to start with black. What I think I'm going to do. As soon as I find my paper to paint on. Good grief. I get very irritated when I don't know what I did with things. I'll just use some of this. Yeah, and then I thought about one of those little hook things that turn down like this and hook. But I have to look and see what I've got over here. I'm not going to go buy something. I'm just going to use what I've got already. Brush. So that canvas is going to soak it up pretty well, but it's a pretty tight fabric, so you know you still got to scrub it in a little bit, get it to work really well. So I'm going to start with the black, and then I'll be layering some other colors over it. Maybe do some stenciling, sort of like I did on hers, but just different things, you know. And all with the idea that I'm going to put this metal piece on the front, attach it to the front. So you have to do all of your, if you're attaching things, you have to do all of your attachments before you put your inside cover on. I know there's another name for that, and I can't think of what it is right now, but I'll just call it the inside cover. The fly leaf, or no, not fly leaf. What do you call that? The black looks pretty nice on there. I like the texture. And of course, this isn't going to be washed or anything like that, so I don't have to worry about using any kind of fabric medium or whatever. I mean, how hard is it to get acrylic paint out of something? Fabric anyway, I don't know, you know. So I'm giving it a good generous coat. I want it to be fully covered with this base coat. Now I also could have done this with black gesso or something like that, but it's really not necessary. You know, it's fine just like it is for what I'm doing. In paper. I do believe that's correct. Thank you. I'll probably forget that between now and tomorrow. Oh. I've been wanting to do a portrait, painted portrait of my granddaughter. Well, she's 13. I've wanted to do one for 13 years, and I still haven't done one yet. One of these days, I'm going to break down and do it. I'm not good at painting from real life. I do much better when I paint from a picture. So I've there's kind of been a couple of them I wanted to use, you know, as a resource of her, but I keep thinking, oh, I'm gonna wait a little bit longer. But I think there's one I'm gonna go back to when she was, I don't know, about 6 maybe. I just really love it. Someday when I get with it and decide I'm gonna do it. Okay, I'm gonna go back and find the spots that soaked in and didn't color or whatever. And then I'll have to paint the edges and the inside edges. See how easy that is to paint? You actually could do that with just about any fabric if you're, it doesn't always work with white because you can still see through it sometimes. But if you're really worried about it, you know, put some gesso on there and then you can paint it however you want. So if you have some old crummy fabric that you really don't like, this is a good way to use it. Nobody will ever be the wiser of what was underneath. You know, I could almost keep this solid black, and this would look great on it. Would really look great on it. But I think I still want to do some other colors. Okay, I need to let that dry just a little. Then I'll flip it over. Let's see. While that's happening, I could think about the other one. What am I going to do? Could I thought I had a bug on me. It was my I thought a bug was crawling up my leg. It was my cord from my phone. It's phone charger. Let me set this over here for just a few seconds. Out of the way. And turn that off. And think about this again. Let's see here. Let me do this first. Okay. What I'm going to do is take a strip of this. And leave the edges raw and fringe them just a tiny bit. And I'll have to cover this much because I have this, you know, or close to this, about 4 inches, and paint it the same color. So this will show, you know, a little bit, but it'll be fine. It'll be finished. It'll be kind of a finished edge. Unless I put some lace on it. Could put some lace on it. I've used lace throughout the journal in different places. And this is lacy, so it might be nice to have an edge. Okay, that's an idea. I'm liking that idea. So we'll put that aside for now. Make this little piece. I'm just going to measure and cut and paint. Unfortunately, I still have the same paint sitting over here, so I don't even have to look for them. Okay, now. And this is what I do when I'm going to use the fringed edge. I'm going to fringe one edge just so I get the straight, so my fringe will be straight. I don't know how else to say that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fringe this down to the shortest point. And then I'll cut that fringe off because it's not going to be even. And I'll use that as my straight side. And that way I can measure from there. And when I fringe the edge, it'll be nice and straight on all sides. Does that make any sense at all? I don't know how to explain that. I have to show it, I guess. Okay, so I fringed this to where it's fringed all the way across with one thread. So here's all these threads. So then I'm going to take my scissors and just sort of trim along there and cut that fringe off. That way I'm using the straight edge of the fabric and I can measure from that edge. And if I want to fringe it some more, it will fringe really pretty. It won't have little jaggedy pieces. You know, it probably still doesn't make sense what I'm saying, but I don't know how else to say it. Actually, okay, so that's all done over there. And now I can just come in and I know I'm going to need eight and 3/4 long. I think is what I want. I'm going to start right here because this is a selvage edge and it won't fringe, so I have to cut it off. 8 3/4. So I'm going to make it 8 and I'm going to make it 9. That'll give me a little bit to fringe. So got my fairly straight edge here. So if I align this bottom edge with a straight, straight across there, and I align my ruler, here's my mark, so I put it where a line is, and I align my ruler with the white line, then it will be perpendicular to this line. So these two lines will be perpendicular, which makes it square. So I can cut this one. And I'll show you a trick when you fringe things like this, a trick to, even if your fabric's not straight, that you can do to make it look like it's fringed straight across. The other thing you have to remember when you're using fabric is that sometimes it's going to look crooked, and you're going to have to pull it to straighten out the grain lines of the fabric. Hi, Christina. How are you today? Thanks for coming by. Oh, and there's Barbara. Hi, Barbara. I didn't see you. You snuck up on me. Fabric's a little harder to cut straight because it gets off the straight. I guess is a good way to say it. Fabric has a grain because of the way it's woven, and it has a tendency to get skewed, is the word I was looking for a while ago. Okay, so I'm just going to make a 4-inch piece now, which may be too big. Let me make sure. I don't want it to be any bigger than it has to be. Yeah, I think it has to be 4. Whoops. It may look to you like I'm not going to the edge of the fabric over here, but this is fringe, so I'm going to the edge of where the fabric actually starts. All I'm doing is just cutting a rectangular piece that's hopefully fairly straight, that can go over the middle of that edge, or the middle of the, whatever you call that, spine. We'll see how straight this comes out when I start to fringe it. And I'm going to fringe the top. I'm not going to fringe it real deep, just enough to make it look like it's a finished edge. And I made this 9 inches instead of 8 3/4 because I knew this was going to happen. I don't know if you will even be able to see it. Let's see. Okay. See, the fringe here is deeper than this end. And I knew that was going to happen because it's almost impossible to cut it exactly straight. So I will fringe it down to where it goes across, cut this, and then fringe it again so it's even. I could be turning these edges under, but I don't want to do that. It's going to add a lot more bulk, and I don't want to do it. I don't need more bulk in her book. It's full as it could get. I'm even worried that it'll be hard to put anything else in it, but I mean, it still has a little bit of room, but I even took some pages out because, oh, look, see, that came out. Since I started with this edge straight, this actually only had one tiny little string that was cut off. So this is going across really smoothly too. Okay. Now this end, I don't know if you could tell, let me do this. See all those strings? So I know this is going to be not straight. So I'm just going to start pulling these off until it goes all the way across, till it fringes all the way across. And then again, I'm going to trim it. Now, I know at this point that with the weave of the fabric, that this should be a rectangle that is even. If it isn't, that means that the fabric's skewed and I just need to adjust that, which is pretty simply just pulling the corners until it's straight. Okay. Did that make sense at all? I know it was kind of hard to decide how to explain that. So there's my piece. See, it's all nice and square. I can lay it down here and see for sure that all my square. Now, as I lay this down, you can see I have it even at the bottom. I'll make it really even at the bottom. I have it even at the bottom, but see how it's going in this direction? Look right here. That's because it's skewed this way. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the corner that's not straight, I'm going to take it in the opposite corner and pull it. I'm going to do that all the way across. You do this in sewing too. That's how you straighten fabrics out in sewing because they get skewed too. Okay, see now? Look, let me get it straight again on the bottom. Okay. See, that's much, much closer. I'm going to do it one more time. And all I'm doing is I'm straightening out the grain of the fabric. There. That's perfect. Okay, so now I can paint this and use it. And I wanted to fringe it before I painted it because this black still isn't dry. Because the paint makes it a little stiff. Once it gets full of paint, it makes it a little stiff. So I wanted to fringe it first. All right, so this was the base coat, burnt orange. You know, you always got to stop and do stuff that you really hadn't planned to do. Where's mine? Because if you don't, it'll cause you trouble later. All right. I'm just going to give it a coat of this, and we'll add some colors on it so that it kind of matches the cover. And I guess at the top, I'm going to paint it on both sides, on the front and the back, because it might show at the top of the and the bottom. So I'll give it a coat, but I'm not going to paint it all the way down because it won't show. You know, it's a good thing it's raining, then I don't need to cook stuff on the grill because I didn't take it out to thaw. Got a big package of chicken to thaw. It wouldn't have thawed in time, I don't think. Now I could have covered the edges with ribbon or lace or whatever. I think I know what I'm going to do. There'll be lace there, but the edges won't be covered. I think I'm going to put the lace under the edge of the fringe. I think that might look interesting, different. I really tried to make the ladies a little bit more feminine. She's got roses and stuff, clocks and stuff like that too, but he doesn't have flowers. He has mechanical stuff and gears, more gears, and she also has gears, but I tried to make it a little bit more feminine. Thought that would be fun to have two kinds. And I had originally, for him, one of the things I wanted to do that I'm not doing, I wanted to do some mechanical bugs somewhere, somehow. And it's just too much. So, and I don't really have anywhere to put them, you know, if they're bulky. And I thought about putting them on the cover, and I thought, no, that'll be too much. And so I just ended up not doing them. And what was it I wanted to do on hers? Oh, which I still might do. I thought it would be cool to write, to make like a fake letter and put on there. Use my calligraphy a little bit, which isn't very good, but I still enjoy using it sometimes. I haven't done that yet either. I might yet do that. Excuse me. Okay, now I'm waiting for paint to dry. Let's see. I really kind of want this to be mixed. So we'll just do that while it's still wet. I'm going to get the joy of buying new paints soon. Some of these are almost empty. Now, so that knocked down the orange a little bit. But it still leaves that little almost rusty looking color in there. And then what else did I use? I used some red and I used some of this. This color was traditional burnt sienna, and this is Bahama blue, and these are Americana paints. Just kind of put a little bit of color on here so it doesn't just look plain, and letting it blend a little bit. And then when that black lace is behind it, it'll kind of make it pop. Make the colors pop and make the lace pop. I'm all about the popping. And red. Alizarin crimson. Let's see. Got the blue stuff now before I can get to something. That's how you know you've been working hard, when you have the stacks that you got to move. Well, what I want isn't in there anyway. Do a tiny bit of stenciling, not much. I'm just going to use this wet brush. It's still pretty wet, but I just want an indication, so it's not a big deal. It's probably going to be enough just to give an indication. There. Well, I needed one more though. Didn't go far enough. Here we go. All right, now that needs to dry. Okay. Looks pretty good. Now let me see if I can go back to my black. Oh, that was weird. Everybody still here? Did I lose you? Screen went blank there for a second. Okay, so I need the black. Well, at least since I'm working on two things, I can work on one while the other one dries. That's helpful. So what I end up with using these folders and the canvas together, it ends up being let me see if I can show you. It ends up being pretty sturdy, but it still has a little bit of give to it, which I'm kind of going to need for the ladies' journal because the lady is too fat. Sorry, but she's too fat. She needs an expansion. So she lost a little bit of weight, but not enough. I think it just blinked on my end, maybe, I don't know. Screen just went blank for a second. Probably trying to tell me I've been on here too long. Black paint is so lovely. I think my next journal project is going to be a soft colored, pretty with flowers and muted colors, and I think that would be nice, a nice switch over. I have a farm journal, a circus journal, several different ones that are getting, probably have plenty of stuff to do to make those, so I'll probably work on those over the next couple of months also. You still resting, Gypsy? Or do you go back to work? I am going to have black paint everywhere before this is over, I do believe. All right, let's finish this one. Okay. Get rid of all my white spots. Otherwise, they just kind of shine in your face, and you see, that's all you see. At least that's the way I am. I have a couple little places I need to go back and glue down. Of course, that always happens. Well, that little spot is determined not to be painted. But I'm determined to paint him. There. Oh, mine lately, my schnauzer, she's 2.5. Lately, she is just noises just really bother her. My husband turns on a generator out in his workshop, and she just freaks out, shivers, and carries on. Or it didn't seem to bother her before. I don't know. Well, she's decided that. Or she'll hear, I don't know, little motors. It seems like it bothers her. So I just sit and hold her till she's over it most of the time. Like, get your big girl panties on, little girl. You'll be fine. She doesn't agree. Taking her to the groomer tomorrow. We'll get to see the new puppies they have. One of them was supposed to be ours, so that our dog would have a companion, but the mama had all boys, and we don't want a boy. We need something calmer. She warned me too. She said, "Do you want a boy or a girl?" And I said, "Well, we think we want a girl." And she asked about our activities and stuff like that, activity level and stuff. And I said, "Well, my activity level is pretty much 0 because I can't walk that far and stuff." I said, "So anything more than what we're dealing with already is going to be too much." She said, "Well, then you don't want a boy because they're a lot more active." I don't know if that's true, but I guess you should know she has like 7 of them, 7 schnauzers. So now we're waiting again for another litter to come along. Okay, now I need to let that dry for sure. What else can I do? Well, I guess I could pick some of this up while this stuff's drying, so I'll have room. And then in just a few minutes, this cover will be ready for me to add some more paint and what have you, and the metal piece. Oh, kitty. Oops. Get up here. My granddaughter has 2 kitties. I don't know if they're one yet, or I don't think they're one yet, but they are big. Oh my gosh, the fat boy. He's he is so fat. But they're beautiful cats, just really pretty. I'm not done with that. Okay, while I'm waiting for these to dry a little bit more, I think I'm going to flip through the signatures and see if there's anything I can do, anything left to do. Before I do that, I need to get this off. So I don't want it all over the signatures. 8-month-old mixed puppy on the road. Aww. Thanks, Gypsy. Yeah, I got paint on my mat too. This is a new mat. I've been trying to keep it clean. So far, the worst thing I've done is I dumped a bottle of liquid paint on there right here, but most of it's come up. Doesn't look near as bad as my own green ones. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna look through hers first because she'll probably be ready first. Why I have such a glare today? Maybe. Nope, not any better. Okay, so here's my lady. Let's see. Just gonna go through and check everything and see if there's anything I missed that needs to be done. Here's some more of that beautiful dyed paper. I know what you mean, Gypsy. It's about all I can do to get mine in and out sometimes. This is a little booklet. So anything that I think needs attention, I try to mark it so that I can go back. I need to do something with this little envelope or put something else in there. I don't know which. Not sure. I go through and check and make sure that things are inked and what have you, that I haven't missed stuff. And I think there's my tabs. I want to add a few tabs. Yeah, I like her too. Her and the gentleman and the lady both came from, they're an Italian scrapbook pad. And now I can't think of the name of them. But I thought, you know, I have a man and a woman. I think I'll just make 2 journals and have one female and one male. I'm just going to distress these a little bit. And then I've got this little number stamp. I'm going to use it on the ones that don't have anything. Oh, getting ahead of myself. I really like the way I use the airbrush to ink these pages, and I like the way it came out. It's a little over the top, but I still like it. I did it pretty heavily, so but I like the way it looks, so it worked out fine. I could have done it lighter, but I do like it. Makes the paper feel pretty nice too. I like the way it feels. Okay, so I like these little tabs. I wish I had the punch. Of course, I think everybody wishes they had the punch. Sometimes the tabs help too if you have paper that's kind of thin. Kind of bulks it up a little bit. Whoa! Sometimes you just need one little something. Uh-oh. Okay, that looks fine. That looks really pretty. This over here, I think it looks really nice. I like it. Get a little flip through, early flip through. The roses I put in her hair. What do you mean? Of the roses you put in her hair. Did I? Oh, this one? That was actually on there already. But yes, there's an ephemera piece too. It was a kit. It does look pretty on there. And it does look like it's glued on, but it isn't. I wasn't sure what you meant. And here's a little envelope. That's kind of pretty. Oh, wait a minute. Do I have two of those in here? No? I thought. Okay, that's a little weird. Now I'm wondering. I thought I'd made two. I think this one needs roses on it, is what the deal is. Where's the other one? It's in there. Oh, it's in here. Just want to make sure I'm not putting this two of the same thing. Don't think I am. This is supposed to have some roses on it. What I wanted to put on there. So let me find one. Let's see. I think I'm going to use that one. I like roses. My old company name was Rosevine Design. I've used that for years and years. I think that's fine. There. Ciao Bella, that's the name of the paper company I got that paper, those images from, the ones on the front. Well, Lori, usually it's not that difficult for me, but when you get all these special situations, then it starts getting harder. Make it hard on yourself. Usually it's pretty cut and dried. I didn't have this glued on here. I got this little Tim Holtz pocket thing, and I really expected it to be bigger. I mean, I don't know if I didn't pay attention or it just isn't as big as I expected, but I still like it, but I wanted a bigger one. I thought it was bigger than that. Maybe that's the size they all are, or maybe that's a small size. I don't know. It's a little envelope I stuck a bug on. Sorry, guys, I'm not talking much. I'm usually talking. It's time you get to rest your ears. You know, sometimes at church, there's always so much going on during the services and stuff. But here lately, once in a while during church, they'll just be quiet. You know, they'll just have a short little quiet to yourself prayer time or whatever. And it's strange. And sometimes we're so used to being so inundated with noise, music, books, everything, that it's kind of strange not to have anything, for it to be quiet. And it's kind of nice, you know. I have a new punch I'm looking for over here. I really like it. It's a slot punch. It's really meant to be used for like punching name tags, plastic name tags. But I really like it. It was kind of expensive, but it does a wonderful job. And it's something different, so I got it for myself. See, it makes it look really special. Yay! Okay, so that's ready to go in. Both of those are ready to go in. Okay, let's see. How are we doing on drying? Still wet. Still wet. Still wet. So let's look through him. He's my little gentleman. I love making these edgies. So he has a little bit, you know, there's a little bit of map in here. So I think I'm going to use that global map, or whatever it's called, atlas looking map, for his inside cover, in page, not in pages. Is that what we decided they were? I like this page. I think it looks pretty cool. I was so tempted to buy something the other day on Facebook. They had it was touted as Radio Shack, from Radio Shack, and it was a really thick electrical diagram book. And I thought, man, I could really use that. That's really cool. But I didn't order it. I'm still thinking about it. I was going to add something on here. What was I going to add? I was going to add something. I don't remember what it was. And I kind of like it just, oh, I know what I can do. I think I'll put a label with the number on it. Let's see. Not quite that big. I want something with a lot of contrast. Oops. know, you could spend hours and hours and hours just picking stuff out, can't you? Okay, I'm happy with that. Wasn't much, but it makes a difference. Yeah. I'll get this back out because I need something on this page with a little color. Let's see. I think I want red. Because you got to have balance. You're on a bicycle. I'll put balance on there. I don't know about this one. There's something about it that just, I know what it needs. Ah, it says rocket. I like that. Rocket. I get a lot of scraps. I go through and I make a bunch of these little tab things, and then when I get ready to use them, they're ready. And I like them. I like using them. Oh, nice. Okay. That punch works really well. I just have weak hands, or small hands, I mean, and it's hard for me to get hold of it good. The train, he looks pretty nice on there. Okay, that one looks good. One more. And by then, hopefully, something will be dry and I can do some more on the covers. Let's see. They were, oh, I didn't see that before. The tabs were cut from legal docket ledgers, I think. I got those on the marketplace. Boy, my stomach's growling. I'm hungry. I think I got some leftovers from last night I might eat today. We had skillet meatloaf. It's like meatloaf, but you cook it in the skillet instead of in the oven. Makes a good sandwich too. I like this page, all these little hats. It's a nice tag. Okay. Alrighty then. Yahoo! So the signatures are ready to go. Let's see. I think I'm gonna, this can dry just a little bit more. So I'm gonna move him. Uh-oh. This is still damp, but it's dry enough, I think, for what I'm gonna do. So let's keep our fingers crossed that this works. have no way of knowing if this is going to work until it's all together. So, rock and roll. It's rock and roll time. Jump off the bridge. The question is, do I or do I not need to glue that in? Don't know. Don't know for sure. Oh, it's too thick. Let's try this. I'm trying to simulate how it's going to work. Oh my word. I can't even get that on there. My first instinct is to not glue the center, but let's see what will happen. I think I'm going to glue it because I'm afraid it's going to bunch up just like it's doing. Okay, well, that answers that question. Oh. I'm going to do this. I guess I'll use Fabri-Tac. Chicken nachos. Wow, that sounds good. I love meatloaf too. I could eat it every day. Here lately, it doesn't like me very much. Before I glue that on, I better check this out right here. Oh, okay. Okay, here we go. Do or die. Ugh. Many things in the way. Okay. Chicken nachos really does sound good. I want to make some. That's when after I smoke my chicken, I had to make some. It really sounds good. Okay, I guess try not to bother that too much. Let's see. I'll tell you one thing, if this thing falls apart, it won't be for lack of glue. It's got the glue, that's for sure. I'm wanting that to stay down close to the other part. Okay, now the question is, do I want black lace or this color? Or do I want this? No. Well, I think it's going to have to be the black. Although the tan looks nice too, but the black will go with the ties. How will it look with the cover? I mean the signature. I guess it's not going to matter. I think I'm going to go with the black. I think it looks more steampunk than the tan, but they're both pretty with it. Okay, so how many can we get? We can get exactly that many. If this one comes out okay, I'll be real happy because it was such a problem with the cover being measured wrong and everything. So I'm hoping it'll look nice at the end. I'm going to cut this little strip off because it just adds bulk. So I don't think I'll finish totally today. I mean, I'll finish this one because it's good. It's really close, but I think the gentleman's, I don't think it'll get finished today, probably. So I want those roses to show. soon as this one sets for a few minutes, I can stitch in the signatures and she'll be done. I'm excited. Well, I have a little bit of crookedness there. I must have put it crooked somehow. This is pretty much my favorite lace. I don't know if I'll be able to find it again. I found it a couple of times. So I think it's probably not too hard to find. Black, I know, I like it. Oh, I like the way that looks. I like it, I like it, I like it. So then this signature will be like this. See how nice that looks with the black? Yep. Was a good choice. Let's take a look at this side. The age-old problem. Which side is up on the lace? Sometimes it's really easy to tell, and sometimes it's not. More than not. More likely it's not. All right then. Is all I can do to squeeze that bottle with my thumb is so sore. I'm pulling the needle through fabric. would stand there if I quit dumping it upside down. Okay, now let's see how bad this is going to do. The whole thing's a little chunkier than I prefer, but it seems to be working okay. Let's see. I see a couple little gaps that need fixed. Now, in case you didn't know, these little clips are really sold as a sewing accessory. They're like little clothespins, and I use them for everything. They're great for sewing, but I use them a lot with paper. This had the same. Yeah, it's not really loose, but not going all the way to this edge to the edge. So I'm just going to help it a little bit. There. You have to check it out all over. Make sure you got any problems taken care of. And what I'm seeing that I don't like, I'm seeing some white shining through along these edges. So I think what I'll do is get out a paint pen and just kind of fix it. See what I can do about that. It's not that big of a deal, but I just don't like it. So find the color paint pen I need over here, or something that will work. Well, the orange one might work. Might be too bright. That's not really the right color right there. A little more brown. There's a brown. Not much of a brown. Too light. I'll just use my paintbrush, I guess. I don't like those colors. I just want it kind of watery, really. Okay, that's better. Yeah, it'll be fine. Okay. Okay, now looking pretty good. I'll let that set for just a little bit, just so that glue that I just did can dry enough to where I won't mess it up. You can take the clips off. Then I'll be able to put the whatchamacallums in. Okay, now let's see. Now I have to come to a decision about this and decide what I'm going to do. Decide to put this on. I don't know. It might be good just by itself. I don't know. I don't know. It needs some stenciling. I think, I'm trying to think, do I have a gear stencil? I don't know if I do. What have I got? Well, these obviously are not stencils, but you know what? I can use it for one if I want. Or I could cut one out and use that. thinking. Don't know. Don't even know what I'm thinking. Oh my. Yeah, I already have all these gears and stuff over there. I don't know if I want to put more gears. I think I like kind of liking this edge idea. Where is looking for my gears that I've already made. I wonder what I did with them. Put them away, I thought. I don't know. Got some ideas. I'm not sure where they're going, but we shall see. Do you have a clock? Oh, you know what? I have a clock. I have a, where is that? I have a watch for him. And where I put it? A bigger watch. It's about this big that I was going to put on the cover. I forgot about that. I don't know where did I put it? Do you know? Come on, surely you know. I have cascading items right now. It's in the way. Okay. No, I picked up the other day and put most of the steampunk stuff away that I didn't think I was going to use. But I don't remember seeing my watch. On a search, sorry. I'm sure I put him somewhere safe. Probably where I'll never find him. Oh, forevermore. This is a magnetic dish, and as I go past stuff, it just grabs it. All right. Watch. Where's the watch? Where's the watch? Where's the watch? I'm probably not going to find him till I straighten up. So now. I'm glad you said that because I totally forgot about it. I would have had it all finished and then thought, oh, where's the watch? I'll find him. Yeah, I can do all of this after it's finished actually. So I have time to find him because I still got to do the inside and do the signatures on that. So I can continue to think about that. I do know I want to use this. I want to use this, but I want it to be pale background. I think I'm just going to have to experiment here, and if it doesn't work, I can always paint it out. I think that's what I'll do. This one's going to go for. I know I want it to go down here. This. Now I got to rethink because I got to figure out how the watch is going to be in here. This might have to go back up. And the watch could go here. Let me look at my box real quick. Maybe it's down here in this box. Oh, I know. Duh. I know exactly where it is. Ha ha ha. I keep forgetting that I put all this metal stuff in this basket to get it out of my way. And he is right here. Got paint on him. Well, there's my watch for him. See, I also had some bullet casings that I wanted to use with him, but it didn't work out to do that, so I didn't use them. Okay. So what I'm thinking is this, if I could use this like a pocket, cut something out and use this as a pocket, then he could slide right in there. Maybe have a fob of some kind that would attach to it. See, if I had been remembering about the watch, I would have sewn something on, but it's going to have to be something that's glued. But what? What? I don't want to use paper. Aren't you glad I know what I'm doing? I guess I'll use canvas and glue it on. I mean, it'll hold. It'll be like gluing fabric to fabric, so it'll hold. That's probably what I'll do. So we'll go here. And then I think I'm going to put that up there. And then I could put some kind of a nameplate or something here. Okay. Okay, so I know what I'm going to do with that. I think I can go ahead and put this on. Because anything that's going to be attached, I got to put on now before I put the inside on. So, one more time just to make sure. So I got to take all these out. Thanks, Gypsy. Just in the nick of time. Because I totally forgot about the clock. I don't know how I did, but that was one of the first things I knew I wanted to use. So she had a clock and he had a clock, or watch, I should say. What time is it? 1:30. Got to do some laundry today. Went to Walmart last night and we got a new coffee pot or coffee maker. And it worked really well this morning. I got a new set of sheets. And a couple things like that we needed to get. I kept putting off. All right. Okay, now. And I could punch these holes with my big puncher thing. Alrighty then. I love tools. Oops. Back behind me, on the wall that's behind me, it's a ways behind me, but behind me, I have all my metalworking stuff. Well, that makes it sound like it's a huge amount. It's not a huge amount, but it's enough to take up its own space. And it is an absolute mess. Because as I've been going through stuff and finding things, I've just been taking them and putting them where they need to be in the general area so that when I have time to sort it out, it's where it's supposed to be and out of the way of where it isn't supposed to be. So I have not touched it. Back there, it is just a big pile of stuff, and I'm going to have to take some time and straighten it out. I was kind of waiting until it got warmer because it is cool in this basement in the winter, and resin doesn't work as well when it's cold. So I've kind of been waiting for it to get warmer before I get, because that's where I do my resin too. before I get back there and do anything. So pretty soon I'm going to be able to get back and do that and work on some resin maybe and get some more stuff ready for the marketplace. Okay, here we go. Where is it now? So I'm just putting the brads back through and making them really tight this time. And then when I'm all done, I'll take something and press them down to make them even tighter. I can't see those things on this black mat. Barely see them. I'm trying really hard not to think ahead on the next project because I really want to concentrate on this one until it's finished. And I'd like to be able to do a flip through on Friday. Maybe I'll just do a flip through on the one if I don't get done. I still think it's possible for me to get done. Not today, but before Friday. So I will be streaming on Friday at noon Central Time. And I'll either be working on a steampunk journal or I will be flipping through a steampunk journal or two. Because Melody won't be here this week. This Friday. I don't think. I think I got that right. She's leaving Sunday to go on a trip. So I hope she has fun. Has a good time. I'm going to hold down the fort. We usually stream on her channel. So if I'm wrong, if I've got the time frame wrong, or the date frame wrong, however you want to say that, or travel wrong, then we'll be on her channel. If not, I'll be on mine. Friday at 12 Central Time. All right, I'm short one brad. Where did it go? Here it is. It's impossible to see on there. Nope, actually two. I'm short two. Gotta be another one somewhere. Assuming I had one in every hole. Maybe I did not. There we go. Okay, now, now I'm just pressing these down to make sure the prongs are nice and tight. All right then. I'm just going to put a few little pieces of tape on the back of the brads. It's not really going to hold them on or anything, but it will at least keep it from pricking the paper. I ordered something else yesterday for myself, and it's something I've wanted for a long time but just never got, and that is some wax seals. I got several different designs. I'm excited for those to come, but it's probably going to be a couple weeks before they come. See how he fits in here. Well, I made a mistake. Look at this. Oh my. This thing's been a learning experience, I will tell you that. You can tell really down here. See how short it is? The cover's too big. Can't believe I did that. Now, what do I want to do to fix it? Definitely have to fix it. Okay, I have an idea. Oh my goodness. Just when I think I'm almost done. Okay, here's my idea. Let me think it through. Okay. This only needs to be, yeah, 6 inches wide. So I'm going to make it 6 inches wide. Don't laugh, y'all. Don't laugh. This is what happens in real life. One of the downfalls of doing something like this while you're streaming, because your attention is divided. But there's always a way to fix it. So learn from my mistakes. Don't do this online. Don't. Oh no, it's the whole thing is right at the top of the book. Yeah, right. The whole thing is off. But I think what I'm going to do, because it worked so well in the other book to do something like this, I'm going to put some little brads in here. And just take advantage of my mistake. Here it goes. You ready? This way I'll still be able to use all of this middle part. I have to use a knife. And not have to redo the binding part, or what do you call that? The fold part. And I think actually it's going to make it more interesting in the long run, just like it did on the other one. Just wait, it'll be fine. Not to worry. Not to worry. I do need to keep straight which one goes where. Okay, this is, where's my pencil? Back. Live and learn, live and learn. Always measure. Even if you think you know what size it is, always measure. If I'd done what I normally do, which is always measure, I would have realized I didn't finish when I was cutting. Okay, now, so what I'm going to do is this. And I don't think I'm even going to do anything special to this edge except paint it. I think it'll be fine. Let's see, where's my paint? And I can actually do that later, do that after. So this might have to be a new technique, where you just do that way on purpose. You know what I'm saying? Just do it on purpose. I did that on purpose, by the way. I really did. It wasn't really a mistake. That was a purposeful lesson. Okay, so then it'll go like this. And everything should fit. Let's see if it does this time. Ta-da! Yep. Yep. I think actually, once again, a mistake is going to add to the look of it. Where's the map? Let's see, so yeah. Okay. Where's my mark? There it is. Okay, now All right. That's going to look good on that black. I think I'm going to like this better. I really do. Not sad at all. I don't have enough glue on here. Ugh. Oh, man. Sorry, I'm not talking very much here. I'm on a mission. Okay. Come on, come on, glue. Don't mess with me. You know, I shouldn't have said that earlier when I said I like problem solving. That's all right. I do like problem solving. I just thought I'd fold that over that tiny little edge so that the inside will look neat. but it's still going to get painted, so it won't show from the front. All right, now. I'm going to put some tape on these little things so they'll quit flipping around while I'm working on this. Okay, now there's the front. Do the same thing to the back. Okay, now I feel like I'm getting somewhere. Let's see. Got a little piece here sticking up. I need to glue down. Hey, Bella, what are you doing? Won't be long. Won't be long. I see you. Are you being a good girl? You been resting from your busy day, from your busy life? Taking a break? Yeah? You still tired? You've been sleeping all day. Yeah, you have. You've been sleeping ever since I've been down here. Yeah, I know. You're okay. Ugh. No, I've got glue. You gotta wait. Got glue. Well, it would be nice if I had some music playing or something, wouldn't it? Oops. Okay. Now I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Hooray! Okay, now cover this one. And yeah, fortunately it was fixable. I really didn't want to start all over, and I think it's going to look better than it was. Kind of what happened with the other one when I made the correction. I liked it better. Let's see. This glue's wearing me out though. What, Bella? What? What's going on, Bella? What? Did you come down here to craft? Yeah? Well, I've got glue right now. You have to wait. Won't be long. Go play with your toy over there. She has a old mailing tube that is just big enough to where she can't get it in her mouth. So it makes a good toy, even though it's cardboard, because she can't tear it up. And I've got a binder clip, a couple binder clips in it, so it'll rattle when it rolls. She gets so mad at that thing. Go play. Go play for just a little bit. I promise, just a little bit. Alrighty, now, here's the hard part. Do I have enough brads left that are the right color? And I think the answer to that is maybe not. But these are okay. I'm not on the same. Okay. Well, let's see. See, these are all brass colored. I don't think these are even long enough. Razzmatazz. Yeah, some others, but they're colors. This is what I got to work with right here. And how many am I gonna need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, probably 8. So that means I need 16. Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. Okay. Alrighty then. I'm not gonna might do the same thing. I have these small ones that I could put on there fake. Well, that's what I have to do anyway, I guess. Let's see, what am I gonna do? This is gonna be like this. Oh. Huh, look at that. I'm looking for stuff. I'm looking for something. Ouch. I'm looking. I thought I might have had some little hingy looking things, but I think I'll just go with this, I guess. Since I do have some threads. Now, I said I would need 8. Two, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. Now let's measure. Where are you, Gypsy? We've had rain here recently, but hi, Jael. Nice to see you. Been on here for a while this morning. Gonna have to get off soon and take care of the dog and have some lunch and do some laundry, all that kind of stuff. On and 1.5. Excuse me. As you can hear over here, I'm being called. One, two, three, four, 5 is all I really need. Yeah, she's over Northwest Alabama. I have some friends, several friends that live in Alabama. Well, I know, Bella. You're so pitiful. You're just so pitiful. Nobody loves you. Nobody takes care of you. Nobody plays with you. How can you survive that? How can you? You don't know? I don't know either. Sounds kind of serious. All right, I'm going to hurry. She sounds a little bit serious, so I better get with it here. You're at Muscle Shoals? Oh, that's a nice place. Well, gals, I guess I'm going to have to call it quits. But you can see what I'm doing. This will be painted, so it'll look nice on the edge. And then this will have the brads in there like I did on the other book. And that's going to work. I think it's going to work nicely. I kind of like it. I like the whole idea there. I'd rather not make mistakes, but if when I make mistakes, something good comes of it, then that's good. Oh, I don't know. Okay, so I guess I'm going to sign off and see you next time. Thank you so much for hanging around with me. It just seems like I get more done when I stream. And it's fun to have people to talk to. And I'll probably be doing a final flip through of these, hopefully on Friday at noon. So if you think about it, come by and see me. We'll see how it looks when it's all done and all the mistakes are covered up. Okay, bye-bye.